Okay guys, hopefully the microphone's working okay today. It looks like it is. It's my little dashboard thing. I'm going to resume the sculpt where I left it yesterday. I didn't get back on it in the end. It was little one's birthday, and obviously we had, we were descended upon on all sides by family, so it was absolutely busy and chaotic, and then late bedtime, late dinner, etc, etc, just kind of led to not being able to get back on it, unfortunately. So I'm going to finish off where we pick up where we left off. So I need to texture his tail, we need to add his axe and horn, and then do his sword. I think I might start with sword. So what I'll do is I'm going to import some kind of cutlass base that I've already got made. So I'm going to my sculptor library. Do you know what? I'm in the wrong library. Component library. This is one that you guys have got access to if you're on the if you're on the Patreon. I mean, Ogre Cleaver might be the closest match, to be fair. Let's start there. No, I'm well off the mark. Let's try another one. Cossack Saber, let's try that. Not quite right, but it's not a million miles off. First thing I'm going to do is go widen the blade. Let's go to the, go away. Well, it's probably easier for me to just do this all from scratch. Yeah. Let's make a sword from scratch on stream for you. So I'm going to start with the cube, guys. Hey, yeah, how are you doing? Yeah, no worries at all. We're going to do a sword from scratch today. So remember, we want them to be quite thick. Got a big sword as well with a fat blade. Duplicate that. I'm going to bring it down. I'm going to enlarge it and then shrink it because this is the handle, or the guard rather. How you doing today, yeah? I'll put some tomorrow. I don't know if I plan to actually, but I can be. Because if I remember right with the polygroup, you sorry, with the multi-mesh curve. No, so you set it as a curve brush. Export the data to use it later as a brush. Okay, so if you're making a curve brush, basically you want something that's got like 3 components. IMM, you just go to brush. Where am I at? Over here. So you want to save an IMM you've made. I haven't even got my brush tools on the thing. Right, so we go to. Right, so we go to brush over here, and then you just go save as. So once you've made the IMM, save as there should save the brush into a file so you can use it somewhere. You should be able to save that into a directory and then pick it up whenever you need it to. Is that what you need? Because I know when you create them, it puts them straight into your brush menu. You just got to remember, whilst it's the active brush, to save it down so you can actually create the file. So that's how I've got the you know, my chainmail brush we used. I know Bill made me the original one, and I lost the file that he sent me, so I had to recreate it myself. But if I go into here now and I can go to brush, I go to my custom brushes and into my armour, you can see my chainmail insert mesh brush. So that just lives there now. So that was just done exactly that way. So I created the basic brush. Yeah, nothing really flashy, to be honest. It's quite simple and straightforward. What you need to do is you need to make sure that you add your IMM stuff into that one brush, and then save the brush every time you add a new piece, or when you're finished adding them all. You don't want to kind of save it once and then add to it, because it won't save the things you've added. Okay, so we're going to just hack the top off this. Polish group Dynamesh. Set that piece away. I want symmetry on so that I've got I don't even know what angle I'm coming at this from. Back to my sword blade. We're going to oh, Max is sending me some photos of crystal collapse in action again. Let's have a little gander. He's doing some playtesting this morning, so he's got the game mat out, he's got his bits of terrain ready. Some painted models on the table, which is always nice to see. Right, so this scenario here that you can see, you got Corrado coming up behind Hector, which frankly is the worst possible position Hector could find himself in now, because Corrado is going to absolutely slam him. She's up on the high ground, she's fairly well protected, but obviously she's on Hector's team anyway. These little tokens here, I believe, are the crystal markers. So these are the objectives, so they're obviously going for the objective on this one. If we go back, it looks like Joshua's got another objective token. So we have minor objectives and we have minor crystals and major crystals. So Yeah, no worries, yeah, you have a good one. You take care, and we'll catch you later. Very nice to see. Okay, let's get trim dynamic on. We're going to use the move tool first to create a point to the brush. So obviously what I did already is x-axis, is that right? Well guys, a little bit distracted and I'm messing things up a bit here now, so right, let's get this back on. Right, so x-axis, so there we go. So I'm going to just drag this up, I'm going to roughly create the shape I need. I'm not too fussed about the actual particulars. I'll go down to the spine now. Now I am using dynamic tessellation on this one, so it's going to create rough edges, which we can try and clean up with the polish tool. It's not the end of the world. And we can also use, obviously, a little bit of clean up without dynamic tessellation on as well, once we've done a polish and retopologized. Okay, I'm going to go to trim dynamic now. We're going to just clean off the edges. Now what I've done is I've deliberately kept the blade short. So what I'm going to do is I only want a very short length for this sword to be actually there for this part. And on the ridge of the sword, really we don't want it to be completely pointed. You want to leave like a little flat spot if you can help it. And that will just help with when you plop supports on the end of the sword. Now the problem you'll see with what I'm doing here is I am eyeballing it, so if you're not pretty good at eyeballing it, you're going to struggle with this. This is practice in action. So we're going to go for some broader strokes, so we're going to go for a bit more of a precision zoom in, just to get that curve where I want it to be. I'm going to use planer on the side. I'm just going to go and come back up to the edge here and just clean that off. You can see we haven't got it quite flat there. I'm just going to turn off dynamic tessellation for a second. Just using the H polish brush to just run around the outside. It's important when you're doing this, you don't just use H polish as it comes, you've got to use it with the Alt key depressed as well, alternate between. And what that does is that's going to help build up and knock it back. There's me saying don't leave it as a thing. What we can do to fix that, if we want to do that, by the way. Just use the move tool and just move it apart a little bit. With symmetry activated, that will create that flat edge down the middle of the blade, which was after. Okay, so that's all polished up. Still haven't got my dynamic tessellation on, so I've got to go and clean up these rough edges that it created when I used it earlier. Okay, and there's a sword made for you. Obviously it's not the whole sword yet. I'm going to go and just mask that off there. Let's just soften blend a touch, and then just going to drag it up. And there we go. The blade of the sword is now a uniform length from the point I masked it at to the end now, so that's a nice straight edge. So all I've had to worry about sculpting really is the tip. Okay, so there is a nice big curved saber type blade. Obviously if you want to curve it more, the next thing to do would be to put it on here, go to bend curve. And you can put a little bit more of a curve in the blade there like that. Let's go with that. Back to Gizmo 3D, we've got. I'll widen that out a bit because I think it's going to be a bit too thin. This one is widen out now as well. So sword guard here is, let's activate soon, just give it a dynamesh because I don't think it has been yet. On the x-axis again, I just want to bring the, oh, polishing, sorry. Down, it's going to polish up to there. Smooth off the end. Let's use dynamic tessellation for this bit. Trim dynamic. I just want to kind of curve the end around a bit. I'm not doing a bladed edge on this. This is going to be just a slightly rounded end. Curved it a bit too much, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to shrink it this way. Just going to mask off the end, I'm going to pull that back. There we go. Re-dynamesh. I'm just going to come in and just clean up those edges that the dynamic tessellation has messed up. You'll notice there's a little bit of stretching going on here because I did the curve before I redid the thing, so it's worth just glance the polish just up the blade, just a very light touch just to help clean that up. Should have dynameshed it before I did the curve, sorry guys. So going with this character design, if I was going to keep this as a final design that was going to be visible, it's going to be in a scabbard, so I'm not going to fuss too much about the actual texture and detail on the blade. If I was going to try and do this now, I'd put some texture on the side of the blade, so I'd be doing some of this hammered metal kind of effect. Maybe some runes or something like that, or like grooves, like fullers and stuff like that. But yeah, you can put all of that detail in any point you want really. If you're doing a fuller, it's good to do the fuller before you extend the length of the blade. So So if you don't know what a fuller is, it's the little groove in the blade. I think people call them blood grooves sometimes, but they're basically just there to lighten the weight of the blade and kind of balance it a bit better. So you get a big heavy blade and you gouge out a big groove all the way down there. You remove a chunk of metal, which obviously removes a load of weight. So if you see that and you want that as a little feature design, it's best to get that sculpted in right at the beginning when you're just dealing with the tip and whatever, and then when you stretch it out, you stretch the fuller for the length of the blade as well, and the whole thing is just cleaner then. Otherwise you've got to try and sculpt a grooving all the way down, and it's a mess. Hey Edwin, how you doing? Thanks for joining today. Well, you can always watch it back later. If you've got any questions, fire away as well. But thank you for the compliments. So you just woke up for work. It's 10:33 here, so I'm hoping you're not really late. I'm guessing you're somewhere else in the world other than England, but it's all assumption. Feel free to enlighten me. I'll delete it now. Right, I'm going to add the handle for the sword now, so we'll chuck a cylinder in. I'm just going to extend this down, and this is... I'm going to use like the lathe type tools for this one. Cratterplay, hello, how you doing? 5:33 AM. God, you wake up early. I don't think I even know that exists most of the time, unless my kids are having a bit of a bad morning. I sound very lucky. My kids will sleep until like 10 o'clock. Not 10 o'clock. Well, they did sleep until 10 o'clock the weekend, but that was an exception. The older one did anyway. They're usually awake by about 7 o'clock, so we're quite lucky as parents, I think. Cratterplay, I've been sculpting on Zbrush since 2010. But prior to that, I've been sculpting non-digital miniatures. I used to sculpting green stuff epoxy putty. And I was doing that for, God, how long now? Gotta be 20 odd years or more, at least. So I actually got into this through, I've been a war gamer, like miniature hobbyist, miniature painter, etc. for 35 years. So I started when I was 5 years old. God, is it 13 years? You're making me feel old now, Crato. Yeah, 2010 I picked up Zbrush. Got myself a Wacom Cintiq companion, and that kind of was a game changer for me, going from the old, I think it was a Wacom bamboo tablet I was using on the laptop beforehand, on the PC, which is like, you know, the little black ones. It's not even very big, but it's got the pressure sensitivity, so I got used to that. And then I moved over to a Wacom display monitor around about 2015, 2014 or something like that. Well, you know, you do what you can, don't you? But no worries, Edwin. You're always welcome. Just drop in anytime you can. If you ever want to just drop onto the Discord as well, feel free. We're always about them. Take it easy and have a good day, dude. What do I use now? I use a Huion Canvas 20. I don't think they make them anymore. I think it's the 19 or the 22 now. But I'll be honest, I prefer it to my Wacom. Although my Wacom is dead now, so I've just picked up, because it was the Wacom one I used, it was the Cintiq Companion, which is like a 13-inch portable tablet, which it's got like a PC built in. It's like a tablet monitor. So it was an all-in-one device. It didn't need to have a separate PC or anything like that, and it was brilliant for what I used it for. But a few months ago it just completely died on me, and they don't support it anymore, so I can't even get it repaired. So I've just got a Surface Pro 9, which great little device, but I am missing the hotkeys on the screen, if I'm completely honest. So I just have to use a separate keyboard, but I'm just looking to see if I can pick up a what do you call it now, like a kind of, I don't know what we're going to call this now, like a hotkey keyboard. I don't want a full keyboard. I just want one that's got a few buttons that I can use, like Control, Alt, Shift, etc. So I've got an on-screen version of it at the moment, but you have to toggle it on and toggle it off, and it slows me down a little bit. Let's get this wrap done. So I'm just going to put a little bandage wrap around the sword handle. If you've ever seen me do this before, you'll know what's coming. If you haven't, I'll turn off symmetry on this one. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to use the outside edge of the bandage. I'm just going to wrap it round, rotate the model, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oops. Try and maintain the angle. It's not entirely necessary because you can obviously tuck it back in, which I'm going to be doing in a second anyway. There we go. With that, so I'm just going to go and scrub in the bits of detail here. Can I show you my favourite work? What, you mean like my favourite model I've made, or Sorry, Krato, can you just reiterate the question? 'Cause I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry. Do you want to see my favourite sculpt project, or? I mean, everything I do is in Zbrush. I've used Zbrush exclusively since they brought out the Z modeler function. Because before Z modeler, there were certain things I used to use in my favourite sculpting project. I'll show you a couple. Get to my website. So this is my website where we sell all the products. You can buy the STL files, you can buy the resin models. So we sell it everything direct. But I've got so many. I mean, I love doing these guys. These guys I really enjoyed. The Dragon Assassins. We've got the all my skeletons I like. These guys turned out really well. These were a bit of an episode though, because obviously everything I do is a 32mm miniature, so they're all going to be 32mm scale, which basically is from the bottom of the foot to the eye line is going to be 32mm. So when we 3D print them, there's certain levels of exaggeration we've got to account for. And when you're trying to do a skeleton, you've got to strike a balance between it looking like a skeleton and it also being robust enough to handle and play with and use on the tabletop, plus surviving the print process and stuff. So I had to go through maybe 10 or 12 iterations of these guys to kind of strike the perfect balance for me, and I think I've nailed it, if I'm honest, because like these guys, they print fantastically well. I've got a little army of them in my I was going to say my display case. My display case is demobbed at the moment, so they're all in like in boxes and crates. But they kind of work really nicely. The other ones I really enjoy doing. I don't know if you're if you're a fan of D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, but there's a series of books by R.A. Salvatore, which are the Legend of Drizzt. Drizzt the Word, and he's a what do we call it now? He's a drow elf, so he's a dark elf, but he's a good dark elf. and there's a load of characters I did from the Driz books, which were straight out of my brain basically. So like I'd read 15 of these books, and I had like an image in my brain of what all the characters looked like. So I kind of went through and did them. So this guy here is Artemis Entreri. I called him Antari, but he's Artemis Entreri. He's Drizzt kind of, call him his nemesis maybe. He's like an antagonist who appears repeatedly in the books. He's an assassin basically. So I enjoyed that one. He's one of my favourites. Still got to paint him actually, which I should have done it sooner. We've got Jarlaxle, who's a flamboyant drow mercenary captain. He was quite a good one to sculpt and paint. We've got an old version of Drizzt here, which is I did a while back. But then I redid a full new series of them, and I'll find them in a minute. They're in here somewhere. So here we go. This guy, I absolutely love doing him. Wolfgar, a big ass barbarian with a big warhammer, big dwarven warhammer. So he's a really nice model to paint. I really enjoyed doing that one. This guy's one of the most popular ones I've done. This guy sells like no one's business. Like loads of people buy this when they see it, and he's just a hench unit of a dwarf basically. We've got the here we go. Here's the full set. So we've got a set of 6 of them here. So we've got Bruna Battlehammer, Catti Brie, Wolfgar, Drizzt the Warden, Guinevere the Panther, and Regis the Halfling. So basically they're all done based on the descriptions of the books. So the personalities they have, the kind of the visuals and stuff that they kind of present to you. Obviously not any visual like drawings or artwork or anything like that, but like the descriptions they do, which helps you to like visualize what the characters are. So they're all there, and I really enjoy doing them, and I really want to go back and do some more from the book series. But I've been doing a campaign for a while now, which is the Descent into Avernus one. So that's kind of a railroaded me for like 2.5 years basically. But this guy I also love. This is like an original design. An artist called Dio Mahisa, who's just awesome. Did the concept drawing for me to my specifications. So I gave him the armour design of like the troops and stuff like that, and I asked him to design a king, who visually I wanted him to look a little bit like can't remember his name now. Been a long time. The king from The Walking Dead. I forget his name entirely. He was all very theatrical and spoke like like he was King Arthur or something. But I wanted him to like look like him, but in a fantasy setting with a little dragon on his shoulder. So Dio drew the concept for him. I sculpted him up, and he's a delight to paint. This one is. But yeah, having painted models for 35 years, and I was obviously a miniature painter before I was a miniature sculptor. I always sculpt models with the view to making them paintable, and actually obviously physically painting them. And obviously it means that you kind of your model's fit for purpose at the end. So I always say it's like if you don't print your own models and you don't paint your models and that's what you're selling them for, it's like a chef who doesn't taste the food. Like if you don't taste your food, how do you know it's fit for purpose? And what we're working on at the moment, this is completely unique IP. So this one is our own design, our own model for our own game that we're releasing. So this is Crystal Collapse. Crystal Collapse is going to be, well, I'm going to say it's an awesome game, Got the guys playing it at the moment. I'll just pull up a couple of this. He's just sent me some photos of a playtest that's going on at the moment, so I'll show you these again. There we go. So this is what he's been working on. So these are models I've sculpted for the game. This is the game art, the game board art that we've produced. A couple of like foam terrain pieces that Max has made just to kind of like get it going. I think these were a couple of bark chips piled up and some static grass tufts stuck on them. Yeah, he's got all the cards produced. He's got all the quest book, deck of cards, dice, tokens, etc. So this is the one we're working on immediately. So I've got to make some trees. I've got some terrain I've done for it. But yeah, it's an exciting time seeing this kind of come to life now. So I know I didn't show you in Zbrush, but hopefully you get to see all the stuff there. If you got any other questions, feel free to ask. I'm always happy to chat me time while on stream. So for this game, one of the things we're going to be doing as well, Crystal Collapse, we're going to be doing a Mercenary of the Month club. So we're starting with Goblin Slayer. I don't know if you've seen the anime series, but let me load him in. So here we go. Oops. There's Goblin Slayer ready to rock. He's another one I've really enjoyed lately. Actually, he's a pretty cool model. So I've just got to sculpt under his arms a little bit better and just bring his arms back in. I've reposed him and it's left a bit of a gap. So I'll merge him all together and then do a sculpting pass just to finish him off. But yeah, he's going to be one of our Crystal Collapse mercenaries. Here's the rest of the set of guys. So we've got Hannah and Fina. So she's like a 12-year-old assassin, and she's a kind of a cleric white mage. Then we've got Corrado Rosalia. It's kind of like our version of Cloud from Final Fantasy. We've got Victoria and Noodle. She's got a little let me show you if I can zoom in on it properly. Got like a little fox squirrel thing as a pet who lives on her shoulder. Just up here. Then we got Nagel, the Black Mage. We've got Hector. I really like the Hector model actually. There was a few things I wasn't keen on, but then I redesigned his lower half and it came out brilliant. So I'm really happy with him now. So he's the king of the Kingdom of Ireland. This lovely lady here is Lysara. She's his Justicar, so she's like the judge, jury and executioner for him, like personal guard kind of thing. And then Joshua. So he's a dragoon. Again, if you're not familiar with Final Fantasy, the dragoons are like lancers and they use like jump attacks. So these guys have all got profiles in the game. They're part of the starter groups and starter factions. Give me a second, the music seems to have got really loud. I'll nerf it a touch. There we go, better. So yeah, so we've got all the stuff going on, all the different characters. than what we've got. The guy I'm working on at the moment, who is this guy Gil, the guy on screen, he is the next of the catfolk characters for the Kingdom of Giza. So he'll be sitting alongside Hannah and Fina. So I've just got to finish his sword, get his axe done, and then the little horn on his belt, and he's ready to go. And then we've got the next character is Taro, who I'll be working on afterwards, and he's like a little polymorphed character. So he was originally a catfolk person, but he's an alchemist who's managed to bugger everything up and make a potion that's turned himself into this kind of like crazy magical creature. But the game's got a JRPG vibe, so obviously it's one of the the cutie characters you get, like what do we call them now? Like the Moogles from Final Fantasy, for example, that kind of thing. It's good to have those kinds of characters because people just like them, don't they? They become like mascots almost. And okay, let's just punch a hole through the bottom of that. Divide it a few times to smooth it out, delete the lower resolutions, polish it. We're going to go, oh, don't need groups on actually, but I do need my settings right. So we're going to boolean this out. So we're going to start with the handle, we're going to press that into start mode. We're going to set the second one here as the removal mesh. Put polygroups on so it's easy to see this has worked okay. We've got to make sure everything's Dynameshed, so this has got to be Dynameshed and this has got to be Dynameshed, and both of them. Oh no, actually the handle's not. So let's just Dynamesh the handle, put polygroups on, polish it, there we go. And now I can merge down, and what we should see is the piece I'm trying to remove will be white, yep, and the rest of it will be brightly coloured. So the bit that's brightly coloured is going to stay, the white bit is going to be deleted, so I'm just going to do a drag and re-Dynamesh operation. There we go, now I've got the whole boolean down. Important at this point, auto group, because the hole on the inside has a separate poly group. If you try and Dynamesh with groups on or anything like that at any point, it's going to close the hole up again. And you get weird artifacting going on which you don't want. So, okay, so we've got the handle, which I think I've put back to front. No, I haven't, sorry. Ignore me. Correct. Right, we're going to put a little indexing notch in there. So I want the back to be pretty straight, and then I want to just bring the belly of the handle out up here. Okay. That is going to extend. I'm going to duplicate that and then inflate it. So this is going to be the scabbard. Let's just slice that off there, just below the thing. Dynamesh and polygroup. Remove this chunk. Just going to smooth out the activate symmetry. Just want to smooth out the the edge of this. I'll put planer back on. I want to get to the end here. I'll hold Alt, I just want to kind of draw that out to there. Dynamesh, I just need to smooth it out without dynamic topology on, because that's going to help to get a smoother finish to the whole thing. Right, now I need to put some detailing in, so we're going to go for a... What do we do? Let's just draw a ridge line around the top. Smooth that in a touch. Okay, then we're going to put some going to do some banding in here. So Krato, what's your background? And are you a sculptor yourself, or are you just a miniatures enthusiast, or you know, maybe not even into miniatures at all? You just like the digital art side of things? Let's do extract on that. Let's delete the internals. We don't need them. Close holes. I'm just going to polish the outsides. Let's turn that off. Well, if you ever decide you're going to take up any sculpting and you want any one-to-one lessons or anything like that, we do offer a little bit of tuition. So, got a couple of slots on the Patreon free. I can help you with sculpting, but I'm not very good at the old game optimization, because, like I say, my kind of sculpting experience is very much like 4 miniatures from the get-go. So there's certain parts of mine, like the one thing you'll never see me worry about is topology. And I know obviously if you're doing game models, you need to be able to rig them and animate them and whatever else. You'll never be able to do it with mine unless I put a whole extra wave of process into it. But obviously you can do that. You can retopologize everything and, you know, do what you've got to do. But oh, do you know what? I'm being stupid here. Ignore me. Delete that. Let's just duplicate this one. In fact, let's not duplicate it yet. Let's actually sculpt more on it and then we'll duplicate it. Right, so sculpt, polish. Some messages pinging up in the Discord. Let's just have a quick gander, see what's going on. Oh yeah, he sent me a very complicated mesh. Wow. Right then. So clone that now. Do I do any more on this? I feel like I should put a bit of a bandage wrap on it just for theming, because it seems to be the thing on it. Yeah. Why not? Right, so I'm just going to go and do what I did before with the handle. Oops. Turn off symmetry first, otherwise it doesn't work. Quattro, if you got any questions about the sculpting side of things or anything technical you want to ask, feel free. Or anybody else who's watching for that matter. One of the things I say with mine is I'm not worried about anything that's going on inside the model. So the only things I'm going to concern myself with are what is physically visible on the outside, because the final thing I do is I do a unification pass where I dynamesh everything together, and it creates a single solid shell for 3D printing. And that process basically is going to remove any internal geometry, so we won't have anything inside, it'll just be a solid mass. And what we don't want inside is cavities, so if you end up putting a bandage around the scabbard here, for example, and there's a tiny little gap between the scabbard and the bandage, it's going to cause you a problem in the print. So you're better off making everything solid from the start, and then you can just go into the final bit knowing you've nailed it basically, but you haven't got the problems to worry about. The only time I worry about it and I clean it up a lot is if I'm dealing with a high poly item and there's a lot of redundant geometry inside. So obviously that needs to be tidied up a little bit, just to reduce the poly count if nothing else. But that's the only reason I would go back and edit and amend anything that you can't see. I mean, I'll be honest, I find it all relaxing. It's like I'd be doing this even if I wasn't doing it as a job. This is my full-time job, like, so I would still be doing this if I wasn't doing it as a full-time thing. This would be my hobby, and for years it has been. Do you know what I mean? I didn't turn it into a business until 2016, so I did it for 6 years as a hobby to kind of like learn the skills and stuff before I got the confidence to go commercial with it. But yeah, I don't really, because it is my full-time job, I don't really do anything as like from a hobby point of view, if that makes sense, because the stuff that I'm doing is like, if I'm sculpting something, I might as well be doing something I can release and sell. So pretty much everything I make for me goes onto the website. I've done a couple of Kickstarter pieces. I'll just show you the Kickstarter models I did. So we did these ones that were a little bit different from my usual ones. These were like pin-up type pieces. So there's 3 of them I've done now. They were experiments more than anything else, though. They weren't like something I particularly wanted to do. I just had a few people kind of like poking me and asking me to do stuff, and a couple of them seemed to be doing quite well on the Kickstarters. So we did this one. So this was one of my Kickstarter projects. This is the first pin-up one I did. So she's a 120mm scale elf barbarian, obviously scantily clad. That was more of a hobby project and experimentation type thing. Following that, I did the Warlock. She was a nice one. I enjoyed doing that. Where is she? There we go. Let's just turn the reference off so you can see the rest of it. So that's the warlock with a tiefling warlock with a T and... No, it's all me, Kratos. It's not every single one of them. There was one model I sourced out, which was some... Oh god, what are they called now? Some cultists when I was making a load of them. And I outsourced them to a Brazilian sculptor. And he did a nice job on them, but what he did was he over-detailed and over-textured them, so I ended up having to do another pass to rescale, simplify and stylize so it matched the rest of my stuff. So in the end it saved me a bit of time, but it wasn't like, you know, enough to really justify keep outsourcing. So I want it in a particular style. I'm quite particular about it, do you know what I mean? So yeah, it was unfortunately not something I'm going to be doing a lot of. My aim, so we're doing Crystal Collapse at the moment, which is a big game that we've been working on for a couple of years now. We've got to a point of development where it's all hands on deck now, making stuff happen and trying to get it ready. And that's going to be going on to Kickstarter shortly. It's the one I was showing you earlier with the actual board game being played. So what we're going to be doing on that one is hopefully it brings in a good amount of money on the Kickstarter, and then my goal is I want to bring on an apprentice. So what I'll probably do is I'll put some advertisements out in local hobby circles, and I want to try and get somebody who's got some artistic ability, who appreciates, like, you know, the same kind of things I like, so they've got that same kind of inspiration that I've come from, if you like. Who can do, like, you know, more comic book style type things that have got, you know, more stylized stuff, not trying to do hyper realistic. And then I can train that person. So once if they've got a bit of artistic ability, I can then give them all the skills they need to do the 3D modelling. And if I get them employed as an apprentice, I can train them up, teach them the trade, teach them about 3D printing, show them how I do stuff, get them to work in my way, and then obviously I can go and, you know, put them to work. Then we can produce something that's more stylistically cohesive. Because my concern obviously is if I go out and just find any old artist to come and work with me, we've got to go through a process of like style matching and stuff, and that's tricky sometimes because obviously everyone develops their own style. 23 of Zebra. If you got any render, do you know what? You're not on. You're on Facebook. On YouTube, aren't you? Let me get. He's just rocked up. Bunker, how you doing, matey? Hope you're keeping well today, dude. Krato, let me just grab you the Discord server. I'm just going to go and pop this on YouTube. Here we go. Discord link there for you, Krato. If you want to join and sign up on the Discord, you can come and show us whatever you want on there. So, is that you just joined there, Lublu Pisky? It's the same here, mate. It's not very nice weather. Unless you've wet the bed, mate. Is that what you're telling me? Right, let's get the reference image back up on screen. I think I've just put that tie on the wrong side. Let me just mirror this. Oh, what's up, mate? Is it just bad weather, or you got other stuff going on? So, not Mrs. B treating you then. Fast shuffle. Don't do no running. Yeah, it's not nice, is it? The weather's bloody horrible at the moment. I'm doing alright actually, thank you, mate. So Little's birthday yesterday was a bit hectic. We got mobbed with a house full. But it was all good. She had a lovely time. So yeah, just back to the grind, making these crystal collapse models, getting them ready for production. I think we're doing a Kickstarter again now, by the way, so I don't know if I mentioned that yesterday or not, but I had a good chat to Max and we were saying, like, because the production value of the game's gone up so much, the production quality is looking AAA. What we don't want to do is like under deliver by cheaping out on making stuff. So, you know, give you this like really kind of good quality product and then go, but we didn't have the money to make it all in you know, the best print quality or whatever else, so we've done a staple bound book, or, you know, all that kind of crap that comes back and bites. So we're gonna go to Kickstarter so we can get the minimum level of funding. We're not going to be sending it to China or anything like that, so there'll be no outsourcing of like a huge amount of the production of the game, which means it's out of our hands. So we're saying, like, we can go to, there's a company in Poland we could use, and they've done quite a reasonable price for producing like a box game. And then we've got the God, what do we call it? Sorry, mental blank, mate. We've got the box game that we can do in Poland, or we can do what we were going to do and source all the components ourselves and do packing in-house. So probably, or presumably, what will happen there is Max will gather all the stuff. They've got warehousing at Woodpecker Games, so they're going to use the warehousing facilities to get all of the stock delivered there, and then I'll probably post all the models over, like make all the models here in the UK, ship everything over to Max, and then I'll go over to Germany for like a week, a few days or whatever we need. We'll go over there and we'll go, right, hell for leather, just pack. So yeah, there's a couple of companies that have moved over there because of the, you know, companies that were in the UK that have relocated because of Brexit and obviously, you know, labour costs and all that kind of stuff being a little bit lower there. But there's a couple of games manufacturers have popped up in Poland. So where everything was previously over in China, you still have problems with logistics in China, like the stuff that Max has been doing with Nanolith. I believe there's been some issues and delays with the manufacturers, which are kind of out of Max's hands. It's quite a frustrating place to be in as a creator when you're so close to delivering your product, but you've got these issues that you can't even affect. So yeah, it is a bit of a frustrating situation to be in. So we're kind of saying, well, if we can avoid that, let's do it. Let's avoid it. Let's not put ourselves in that position where we're going to have other people dragging us down and making us late to deliver. Because we've got places to go, things to do, people to see, etc., etc. All that kind of stuff. So we want to be on the ball with it. Brilliant. Let's have a look, Creto. Oh, it's a ZPR one. Yeah. Oh, I've got some lag here on YouTube. Well, I'm watching the YouTube video and it's still doing something I did about 2 minutes ago. Oh, it's not import, is it? Load tool. I don't think it's come down yet. Oh, there it is. There now. Oh, and it's a load from project though. Nice. This is a PR file, so. Oh, an unknown version of Zbrush. Alright, well, let me open it, mate. I think what is probably the case is I am using Zbrush 2022 because I've got a perpetual license for it, and I don't want to go into the monthly paying, so I haven't upgraded to 2023. So if you're using a newer version, I think it's not going to open on my thing, unfortunately. But if you want to post some screenshots, or if you've got a little video turntable or something like that, drop that one straight in the. There's actually, if you go to the where is it now? Sculpting and modelling channel. If you want to go into sculpting and modelling channel, you can post like images and videos and things like that over there. So just here, look. Got the sculpting and modelling under miniatures. Anything to do with Zbrush, just pop it straight into there. Okay, let's take this big ass sword. Let's merge it all down. What you up to, Bunker? Ah, you're on a big old wyvern. Nice. Nice work, mate. Nice work. Very appropriately orky. Oh, I like that. He's cool. Little myconoid mushroom guy. Bit of a. There's a little bit of like Avatar like kind of feel about that. I like that. Very cool. Mushroom Groot it is. It is, isn't it? It's, yes. It's a Groot shroom. That's a lovely design there, Krato. What do we call this? Giza saber. No, it's cutlass, isn't it? Copy that. We're going to go and pop it into our dude here. This is going to be enormous, by the way. The scale was completely wrong for that. So, oh, it's not as big as I thought it was going to be. Actually, I genuinely thought that was going to be mental. 3.5 hours of painting scales. Jesus, mate. Oops. You masochist, mate. Or sadist. Bit of both, maybe. So Kratos, is your mushroom Groot? Is he just a practice piece, or was there something you were doing him for, or? Ah, you've been doing one of these online courses, have you? Alright, let's do the horn. Ah, my arse has gone numb. Well, at some point I've got a bed being delivered today, so I need to I'm going to have to jump off and go and take receipt of that at some point. So when it happens, I'll give you guys a shout and let you know. You dry brush them and they look crap, so you had to one by one them. Let me go and have a look and appreciate your graft and effort here, mate. Ooh. Do you know what? I think you're missing an opportunity to get some colour blending going on in there, dude. But you need to go back in and do a little purple glaze in the scales. Because purple and green go beautifully well like that. What you want to do is just glaze like the bottom half of all the scales with purple. Do it on stream though and show everybody, because like it's only going to take you another like 6 hours of streaming, I think. But honestly, a bit of purple in there, the Dracari Violet ink wash. That'll look okay. It looks lovely though. That was the dry brush version. I don't think that looks too bad actually. I think the only issue with that is it's just not, there's not enough contrast on it. I reckon you could have just taken up another couple of dry brushes. But good work, Bunker. Alright, let me just go get the brush on. We're going to go for, I'm going to just put a hollowing in the end there. So I'm going to activate symmetry. I think it's probably Z on the radial I want. Yeah, it is. Bump that up to 100. And I'm just going to go like that. Oh shit. You're welcome, Bunker. Thanks for sharing, mate. Ah, that was bad. That was completely not intended. Let's shrink this down. Let's turn my radial symmetry off. So we'll rough it in, refine the edges, repolish. Ball bag. I think I got to go all the way over the top there like that. Okay, I do. Just got to sort something out on this because I've stuffed it up a touch. Okay. Change it up on this side a bit. Riz, if you're watching, I apologise, mate, in advance for what I'm about to do. Okay, quick and dirty rope. I do feel I need a little knot there now. To save, as I haven't done it for a while. I've got an idea. What a good idea. Well, okay, let's lock that down now. Let's get his tail sculpted. So not using any ready to go fur texture as always. I'm going to be hand sculpting it to make sure we get some natural variation in there, a little bit of a more natural look. Because anybody who's a regular viewer will know that my pet peeve is natural textures and things looking a bit too, what do we call it? Too man-made, constructed, a bit too... YouTube, how you doing? Terribly sorry, I do not know what that language is that's been posted in the thing. Let me just try and figure it out. Ah, simple hello. Hello to you too. do hope you're doing well today. So the autosave go through. Stop them sometimes and then I end up regretting it later. Because I know it's a small file, I know it's going to be over quick. So it's one of the good things, good reasons to want to keep your file size small. Right, I'm not worried about all the rough texturing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dynamesh this with polish on, and it's going to give me a kind of a textured surface without any of the roughness that the brush strokes are leaving. So this is just some directional texture for, like, you imagine like the fir clumps. I think I've probably gone enough. I don't know. No, I haven't. Still got to keep going. Ah, right to the end. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm going to put polish on and dynamesh that now. Try and find the optimal resolution level. Maybe about 600. Yeah, 600 is fine. There we go. I'm going to come to orb cracks now. We'll start at the tip. So we want intensity around 30 odd, draw size around about 20 odd. That's about right. Yeah, that's fine. And I'll make sure with this I'm going to put some longer strands in because I want it to look like a big bushy tail. So I'm literally just using all cracks, inverted, to draw these first strands. Oh, my music seems to have stopped. Let me just double check. And we're back. Well, the hair strands here, the first strands, I want to interweave them, but I don't want to cross them over if I can help it. If I need to, I can go back in and just cut in rather than raising, so we're getting a little bit of texture depth variation. one is falling asleep, and I'm very much in need of a coffee top up. So now it looks like a laborious task, but the end result is worth it. Best to do this with the laser mouse on as well, by the way. There's some things I always say to turn laser mouse off for, but doing hair and fur is definitely not one of them. We're going to be updating the Crystal Collapse page on the website soon as well. So we've obviously got some stuff up there already, but the stories are like placeholders for the different characters. So the actual proper stories will be going on there soon. The new character art will be going up as well, where we've got the new characters we've added. So like this guy, Gil, Taro, the little boar guy who I'll be working on next. I'm not going to pose this guy on stream, by the way. I'm just going to sculpt him. So I need to have a chat to Max before I pose him and basically figure out what kind of pose is going to work best for him. I've got a couple of ideas, but because he's so big, we need to make sure he stays within the confines of his base. Lovely. Perfect. I don't mind the characters overhanging the base a tiny bit, but if I put this guy's 30mm base on, have I even got it soon? No, let me just make a base. Let me just put his ruler in. So I want that at 30, it's at 6, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, so there. Oh, 32mm base. So that is what this guy's got to fit on. So we don't want to have too much of an overhang, so we're quite restricted in terms of his pose and everything else to kind of get him to stay in the base. I don't think Max is going to want to boost his base size up any larger, but we'll see. I need to do his feet, I need to do his axe, and then we're done, I think. because the rest of it comes down to posing then. Let's duplicate. Hide the feet. Delete the rest of the body. Right, so I've made his feet deliberately large here. So this is my hack for sculpting clothing. Clone the body part, you sculpt the bits directly on, carve everything you don't want inwards so it doesn't come through the outside. There we go. Right, now I need to do rope texture on all this, so let's just draw the draw size in. So we're going to go for the rope texture, we're going to go up from the bottom at an angle. We're going to go over the top and then bring it back down again. Perfect. Oh god, perfect. Did a terrible pun and I wasn't even aware. Did you, Bunker? You lucky bugger. Did you see it yourself then, the Borealis? I would have loved that, I would have. Well, you put a picture up, have you? No, just some jokes. Oh, DMs. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Could you actually see that then, or is just somebody's taking a picture of it? Hey Dennis, how you doing, mate? You keeping well, dude? I remembered it was you, Dennis, today, mate. Oh, nice. You made them yourself, or are they third party? Ah, yeah, ball bag. Are they designed to be like 10mm ones, or are they have you just made them that? Have you just rescaled them? I said, were they designed to be 10mm scale, or have you rescaled them to that? Yeah, 6mm to 10mm. 10mm isn't a huge jump, is it? That's reasonably achievable. Right, guys. Before I go and do his axe and finish this guy off, that'll be him done then. I was gonna pop to the loo, grab another coffee and a little snack, and I'll be back in. Okay. So I shan't be more than a couple of minutes, hopefully. Richard on Facebook. Good afternoon. Hope you're keeping well, mate. So don't go away. Please do go and have a little peruse on the web store. Put you on a BRB. Go and have a little browse. If you have to bunker nicely, you might chuck a discount code in. And I'll be back to the stream in a few minutes. Okay? Don't go away, people. Cheers, mate. Legend. See you in a bit, guys. Right guys, back in now. Oh yay, you're back. Hooray. The thing I always remember with the not necessarily insert meshes, but when you're dealing with brushes that you put into a curve mode, you need to have a midsection, a start and an end. The start and the end can obviously be the same as the middle section, but you have to have those three components to be able to make it into a curve. Okay. I don't know if they're still doing it right, but I don't know. You know, it's something to do with the, like I say, the start and the end can be different. So you, like, if you have a chain link, you'd have like the three chain links, and there'd be different. Oh, maybe you're right. I can't remember. I don't. I don't tend to do them myself. You know what I'm like. I've just sculpted rope on this guy. I've just drawn a block and then drawn rope all over it. I could have used a rope brush, but I didn't. So, you know what I'm like. Why faff around making a tool and trying to figure out to make it work when I can just sculpt the thing I'm trying to do here? Okay. So now we're on the axe. Let's take him out of dynamic. Right, I want the stuff, the handle of the axe to be quite chunky, but not too chunky. That's about right. About the right height as well, I think. Oh, actually, the axe is pretty fucking massive, isn't it? I'm going to scale it down. I don't want the axe to be quite as big as it is on the model, on the drawing. Sorry, that's a bit unwieldy. That is. So for this one, I'm going to go for I wonder. Yeah, I suppose it's that. It's for presentation, isn't it? Could you not really make? Could you not just make one, and then just change the heads on them? And also, did you have a look at Shop 3D for doing them? So, if I go to one of my models, I can go to Edit Price, click on New to create a new variation, and we can go for like bronze, stainless steel, brass, copper, gold, sterling silver. You can select your finish. Let's go for antique finish. Whoa, 191 quid, £127. Ooh. So yeah, they want to charge £91 for a miniature in sterling silver, polished. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I mean, if I go to stainless steel, go for pewter effect, £21, so that's a little bit better. Or both. Could be a crazy pimp. So but yeah, the options are there anyway. If you want them to just produce them quick and easy for you. But with them, you can do drop shipping. So they'll in fact, let me just check. If I go to that, I'm going to add non-printed parts. They have a load of jewellery bits. Yeah, which so they have all the bases you can add and magnets and stuff. But then you come down to the jewellery pieces. So you can add chains, you can add, what's that? Ear wires, snake chain, wax cords, a drywall screw. That's different. So yeah, so you can add different bits of yeah, so basically what you do is you go onto here, you set up the product, you set up the product variants you want to have. So if you want it in, you can go like you know I said about the materials here. So we can, let's take that one away because that's silly, isn't it? So we've added the medieval pewter steel there, but you can go onto here and pick, you know, a bronze one, a steel version. You can have a brass version. If I go to resin, I don't know if I can actually. I wasn't sure, not sure if there'd be metallic resin you'd be able to apply. But yeah, you can put all of these different bits in here, all the different materials, and then when you go back to the actual thing, you click on submit to store, and you link it back to an Etsy shop or a Shopify or a WooCommerce website. And then when the customers order from you, Only Games pick up the order immediately. They charge you the production value. So again, let's go to here. So for this one here, they charge me £2.18, but the retail price is set at £7.20. So the customer pays the £7.20 plus the shipping cost to me directly. Only Games then charge me £2.18. I'm not using them for this, by the way, so it's like this isn't like actual, thing, but this is just how it works. Oh, sorry, mate. Let me hide the dude. There you go. So it shows you their retail profit is £5 and 2p. So you can set that to. You can either set it to a fixed percentage, or you can set it to whatever you want here using the retail price thing. So you got £2.18 as material cost, plus the £7.20 retail. Sorry, not plus. The £7.20 retail cost, and then you deduct that from there. It gives you £5 2p. What they're not accounting for there is they add VAT onto the production and they add VAT onto shipping. So if your customers in like the States, they'll be paying like, for me in the UK, if I ship to America, I think Americans would be paying £10.80 or something like that. And then I've got to pay 20% VAT on that £10.80 shipping, plus the 10% VAT on my £2.18. So on there it's 22 pence VAT on the model, plus what's that? 10.85, call it 11. So about £2.20ish. £2, so call it £2.40, £2.50 VAT on the whole thing. So if you're not VAT registered to offset that, then that obviously comes out of your profit. But when you're dealing with like precious metals and stuff, you're going to end up pushing that even higher. But what you can do, the good thing is you can list it in stainless steel, you can list it in gold, you can list it in all the different materials, and you don't have to worry about buying anything in advance because you're just listing the products and they're made to order. So but don't be shy about it, mate. Those things you've been showing us are amazing. They're brilliant. But obviously, if you've got the leather bands and you want to attach them to it, what you can do is you can have them all shipped to you directly. Yeah, you connect it to Etsy. You've got two different options. You can either have them drop ship direct to customer, or you can have them drop ship direct to you. But obviously you still pay the same shipping, but they're paying like international shipping or whatever, but they'll be shipping to you to wherever you're based. And then when the products arrives with you, you can do your post assembly, connecting it to the leather wrap and things like that. Package it all up and then like rebrand it and everything else, and then ship it out to the customer. So it gives you a little bit of thing, but you've got to allow that extra bit of processing time because it's going to take them like 12 days to produce the product for you, and then you've got to kind of do your bit and get it to the customers. You've got to make your customers aware there's a lead time on it. And unfortunately with Etsy want the lead time to be like 5 days or something stupid like that. So like they don't even allow you the time that my mini factory is going to take to produce it, let alone the time that you've got on there. So you've just got to make a few allowances. But Etsy is a good platform from a visibility point of view, especially if you're doing something really bespoke like yours. But you can publish. Excuse me, I'm eating cake. You can publish it to multiple places, so you can put the product. You can have a Etsy store. You can have a what do you call it? You can have an Etsy store. You can have a Shopify store and a WooCommerce store if you want, and have the products in all of those places, and they'll all connect back to my mini factory, and they'll just produce the stuff for you when you need it. And the quality, I've not seen any of the precious metal stuff, so I can't vouch for it. But the resin stuff that they produce is top notch. So, do you know what? Just go for it. Take the jump. I did the exact same thing when I first made the move to doing it, and for me, it was I put it all into a Kickstarter. I mean, maybe that's thing to do. Maybe do a Kickstarter for them. Do a little Kickstarter project. Put it up. Advertise it around. You don't need to have a high. If you're not producing it all in house, and you're going to get my manufacturer to do by order kind of thing, print to order. You don't need to worry about having everything like made up in advance. So you can put £100 thing in there, and then when you get one of them sold, you've made your money back. Do you know what I mean? But put them up, do some variants. You know, see if people go for it. But that commitment, the commitment to putting the product out there, is the push you need to finish it and do it. But there's not a problem with the quality of what you're putting out there, so don't be wary of that. What you've produced is ace. Right, I'm going to try something now. Deformer. That's worked better than I was expecting, actually. I'm pleased with that. Yeah, no worries. Go enjoy your lunch. But yeah, don't be scared about the product. Have faith in yourself. It's good stuff. If I've got enough cash in the bank, I'll have a lion off you. I'll help you share it as well. I'll do a bit of promo for you. Cheers, Elston. Good afternoon. How you doing, matey? How are you today, mate? Man flu, nice. I just remember somebody telling me they got man flu and typoed on the text message to manful. It's like that sounds like something totally different that you're off work for. Ah, turds. Do you know what? I agree. However, quality-wise it's good, but Jesus, that stuff stinks. So, my wife has been moaning at me because I've been coming back from the office absolutely stinking of resin. And I thought it's just because I've had the printer running like 24/7 for like weeks now, and it's just like, you know, it's permeating the air and whatever. And then I came down to do a customer order the other day, and I needed to swap the resin because I was doing that Secret Squirrel one, which I needed a different resin for. And then I came into the office. The office stunk of resin, which, you know, I'd become used to. And then all of a sudden, I switched resins, put my Frozen Aqua 4K back in the vat, and I've got no resin smell in the office anymore again. So the smell from that Anycubic stuff is extreme in comparison. Yeah, that's it, man. Is it? Yeah, Bunker's suffering it. Yes, the separating thing that racked me off as well, because if you leave it literally an hour in the vat, there's like a white layer at the bottom, and you've got to really mix that back in, because that's it. You've got like the light blockers, the photopolymers, and everything else in there. It needs to be homogeneous for it to work. Yeah, no worries, Dennis. I'll catch up with you later, mate. I look forward to seeing your pictures of your mini marines. Be sure to post them in the group. Bunker, you need to try the frozen stuff, man. I'll say, no, I haven't spoken to him about it yet. I need to get some through, but I haven't tried it yet. I think he's in short supplies. Like, he bought a batch of the stuff and then it's sold out, I think, last time I spoke to him. Yeah, I know. He messaged me and told me he got one. He picked it up off Ross, didn't he? I need to get Kev's model sent out to him today, actually, because I've still got his bloody heads that I printed for him weeks ago. Oh, let's get me reference image back up on screen now. I'm not talking prices anymore. Right, let's do some slicing here to get this right. He welded his first prints to the build plate. Get him off with pliers. What's he like, eh? He didn't even ask for help either, the nutter. All he had to do was pop a message over and I'd have talked him through the setup and everything. But although I did link him to my article, to be fair. But he's a bloke, isn't he, so... Guys, let me just mute you a sec, we've got the wife calling. Sorry guys, back on the phone. Back off the phone now. Adam, good morning to you. That's good afternoon here, but yep, hope you're doing well, dude. Ah. Just doing the hammered copper effect on the axe head that we were talking about yesterday. Exactly, yeah. And so if you wind it back a couple of minutes in the like YouTube viewer later, you'll see the actual making of the axe. I use a bit of a cack-handed way to do it today, which I've not tried before, so it was the first time I've done it. It worked out alright actually, but it was basically using the mesh deformer. But it made it easier to get the kind of the taper consistent across the whole of the axe head, which can be a tricky one sometimes. Because again, I made a sword earlier, so you'll see the process for making a sword. And the process for making a sword is a little bit simpler than an axe. Wow, that's a fat axe. Just going to duplicate that. I'm going to chop the top off here. Bit at the bottom there, it's not required. Put this back into the middle of there. Let's do the mesh, the deformer again now. Taper. Bring it in. let's get Dynamesh on. Dynamesh it, let's activate symmetry, pop a radial on. Put symmetry on. Let's just do the hammer holes. Go away. Right, we've got a spike at the top, spike at the bottom. Cheers, Joe. Let's get this bad boy on here. Radial symmetry again. Let's take that and flip that upside down for the bottom. Looks like this is just a wow, what happened there? Oh, Adam, radial symmetry is so easy to use if you're doing something round like this. As long as you can centre it and it's perfectly round. If you've got any protruding bits, it doesn't work. But for just making a cone like that, you could insert a cone, but by the time I've positioned it and everything else, the easiest way for me to do it where I wanted it was to just make sure I've got the radial symmetry on, just sculpt a little bit, use the H polish tools I would normally use. Just make sure your radial count is bumped up high, and that way you don't. It's like working on a lathe then. But you know me, I sculpt everything. If I can sculpt it, I don't worry about any other methods then. Bonker, you filthy minded little troll. Are you sure we won't enjoy it, Elston? No. Because it's not a threat if it's fun, is it? Do you know what? Yeah, I don't even know if I would. The only time I'll be buying another copy, so I mentioned it earlier. The only time I will ever buy another copy of Zbrush is if I get to a point where I'm employing people to sculpt for me. So I want to do it on like an apprenticeship basis. So yeah, so like for me, it's kind of I'll have the like I want to find somebody who is like a. So I'm trying to talk, but I'm reading all of this cone insertion talk in the chat that's throwing me off. I want to kind of get to a point where I'm able to hire an apprentice. Hey Rich, how you doing, mate? So if I can get an apprentice on board, then what I want to kind of get and do is like train them up, have them working here with me, so I can get somebody who is like what do we call it now? Like straight out of college with a good drawing ability. Same kind of what do we call it? Same kind of like influences and things like that and styles as me. And then I can train them how to sculpt in my way, how to produce stuff, try and like influence their vision and stuff like that. Have you found my naughty page on cults? Only cones. Right, let's bash them all together anyway now. Merge, merge, merge. Yeah, there's that old joke, ain't there, Elston, about the is it the old the tribe, the Englishman, the Irishman, the Scottishman, and the cannibal tribe. They have to go and pick a fruit. Okay. Oh no, this was like the Englishman, the Irishman, the Scottishman. They get caught by a cannibal tribe for trespassing, and the tribes basically say they're going to punish them with, say, ufufu or something like that. And I'm like, what's ufufu? And they go, you go out into the woods and you go out into the forest and pick some fruit. So the Englishman comes back and he's got a handful of blueberries. And then the tribal guys take the blueberries off him and they bend him over and they ram him up his butt. And they're like, foo kind of thing. And then the Scottishman comes back and he's got a handful of grapes or something like that. And as they're sticking the grapes up his bum, he starts laughing. And the Englishman says to him, "What are you laughing at?" He says, "I've just seen the Irishman walking back with an armful of pineapples." I've murdered the joke. It's probably been 20 years since I've heard that one, but you just made it pop into my head. So I'll work on my delivery for next time. Are we still allowed to tell Englishmen, Irishmen and Scottishmen jokes, or is that deemed terribly racist now? I was going to put a few little kind of stripe marks on his arms. Oops. Right, so this is Gil for the Kingdom of Giza in Crystal Collapse, finished. There he is. Right, he's got to be posed. I'll be posing him offline because I need to speak to Max about what poses we're going to go with. The drama this guy's going to give us is that base is basically we want him to be contained in the base, and he's virtually not in there already. So should be fun. I was going to make the axe head. I'm going to make the axe shaft a touch small. I don't laugh because I said shaft, Alston. I'm going to make that cone a tad smaller as well. Right, that feels more balanced. Right, let's send a little pic of this to Max. You know, a gentle touch is what's required. Yeah, I mean, he's on a 30mm circle, 30mm base. The squares are 40mm diameter squares. So there is the there is the potential there to use a little bit of an overhang, but obviously it's more about when you're positioning models up against scenery and terrain, and they're against a wall, that they'll actually stand there properly. So if they're overhanging in all directions, it becomes a drama. We've had that with who was it now? I think the original sculptor Joshua, his pose was different, and he ended up kind of protruding too much from his base, and it caused problems trying to position him on the board a little bit. So we've been careful with the positioning and the pose to make sure that they'll fit. Right, let's just get this one. Pop it to max. I use Blender as well. I did used to use Keyshot, but what I found was with Keyshot I was getting like major issues with my PC overheating, like crazy bad. The heat my PC was kicking out was ferocious. It wasn't even funny. I was concerned it was going to start burning out my graphics card. So I stopped using excuse me, I stopped using Keyshot, and then we switched to Blender for renders. No, I am running a piece of a PC, and that's the crazy thing about it. So I've got the it's a top spec PC from about a year ago or a year and a half ago. So you've got 3090 graphics card, top spec Ryzen processor, ton of RAM, water cooling system, fans galore. But let me show you what happens. So I'll put this on the screen here. Yeah, it shouldn't heat that much. So see my core temperatures here. So everything at the moment is just grey. So just operating normally, no drama. I click Keyshot and render this, right? I don't know if you can see here, I've already got yellow just from having Keyshot running. I haven't done anything with it, but by having Keyshot running, most of my cores are now running over almost 90 degrees, where everything was fine before that. And I haven't even done anything in Keyshot. I'm not using it, it's just like literally live and active. I know, exactly. It's been open for a few seconds, and they're rocketing up. And this is what I was finding, and it did this on my previous PC as well. I think it's definitely got to be an issue with Keyshot and its memory usage or its power usage, because it's a nice render, but I wouldn't say it's anything spectacular. But when I open Blender, and I'll do this again with the thing on screen, I'm still going to leave Zbrush running in the background, so I'm not going to shut Zbrush down. Let's load up my rendering thing. So I've got this let's do this creepy bugger. So this is the program I use for my normal rendering, product rendering, sorry. So we've got a few different overhead colour lights set up. I've got a standard cube which has got a material attached to it. I've got a white light, which is like the overhead one, and then we've got a backlight, which is a colour light. So the cube, if I press 7 on here, we want the model to be positioned over the cube for best effect. Let's set origin to geometry. I'm just going to switch the camera to orthographic. I don't need to, do I? Just need to show you what happens when I render it. So if I press F12 on this now, which renders the ghast, there is no. I've got my product render there now, but I've got no boost in core heating. So it's literally the drama is keyshot. So I noticed it when I was doing the Kingdom of Talaria stuff, and I was rendering keyshot a lot. My computer actually died, and I think it was, I didn't have the core monitor there, but obviously I think it might have been that I was using keyshot for all the renders, and I was doing lots and lots and lots of rendering, and I think it probably burnt out my my motherboard. Oh yeah, I can use the GPU rendering in keyshot, but it's like I say, even without the GPU active, keyshot is killing my my machine. So yes, I do quick renders just to show people progress and things like that in Zbrush, and I use Blender outside of that. Okay, so this is Giza Gill done. I'm going to go to the next character. Hang on. Let's merge visible. Okay, so this is Gil compared to the rest of the team. Move Goblin Slayer out of the way. Okay. So, who's next? Tarot. Got about half an hour. Let's get a start on Tarot. Let me get the artwork for Tarot on screen so we can see what you're dealing with. There's that cute little fella. Right, tarot. Cheers, Elster, mate. Elston, you've got some of the crystal collapse models now, haven't you? What do you reckon to them? You had a chance to have a look at them yet, mate? Nice one, mate, nice one. Yeah, we're going to be doing, I can't remember if I said yesterday or not, but we're going to be doing a Kickstarter for them again now, I think. So talking to Max, we were saying that we've got the production quality is looking like really good. And we don't want to skimp on production value when we actually get the finished product up. So rather than kind of say, right, we need to do our best version of it, we need 25 grand. Rather than trying to sink 25 grand into getting everything all up and running and, you know, high spec, which frankly we haven't got that kind of investment money at the moment to put into it. We put it on pre-orders, and then pre-orders maybe only do 10 grand, say, and we're 15 grand short. We don't want to under-deliver a poor product. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to fund through a Kickstarter. Yeah, fund it through the Kickstarter, and at least that way then we guarantee we're going to be putting the correct amount of money into it at the beginning. Yeah, I'll send you the artwork over, mate. I'll send you copies of all the characters. I'll send you some updated copies of these guys as well, because you won't obviously have the new ones. So I'll get you a copy of... I'll get you a copy of Gil, and I'll get you a copy of Goblin Slayer. And then I've got two more. I've got this guy Taro to do for this faction, and I've got two more characters to make for the Bazalia faction. So when I get these last few models made, I'll send you copies of them as well. No, mate, we're going to 3D print them all. We've had a chat about it, about the various different production methods, and if you buy any of our models, what you'll get Elston will tell you now. Elston, how much cleanup work is there required on those models? We want to give the customers the best user experience possible. Yeah, exactly. They're literally ready for you to put paint on. So there is no cleanup work required by the customer, essentially. And the minute we go to plastic or injection moulding or casting of any form, we end up with mould lines, which means we're then reverting back to an inferior product. You also get distortion with successive kind of like casting and stuff, where you get a little bit of compression and whatever else, so shrinkage in the moulds and things. So for the best, I mean, basically every single model we produce is master quality. So you'll be getting like masters in the post with the game. Right, elephant ears. So yeah, so we talked about the different kind of like productions and stuff to see what would work, but over the years I've worked in metal, I've worked in resin, and I can't go back to them now. I really struggle. Having been spoiled by 3D printed stuff, I find it really hard going back to like metal models and plastic models now. But I mean, that's me as well, kind of not having hobby time, if you know what I mean. So yeah, no worries, mate. I'll be off myself in about 15 minutes anyway. I've got stuff I've got to get done this afternoon, so I'll catch you later, dude. Thanks for dropping in. Later, Tater. Done that back to front. Ah well, sorry. Stay as it is. The other issue we have as well, Adam, with other production methods. So let's say we go for resin casting. The drama there, obviously we end up with mould lines again, so we've got already an inferior product, but the moulds only last for a certain amount of time. So let's say we spend 60 quid on a mould from one character. We might get 100 to 200 runs out of that mould before the mould gets damaged and needs to be remade. So then we have to have things redone. We haven't got any internal in-house casting capabilities, so we'd have to go to a third-party contractor. And the problem with that is, from my experience, most people who do this have got their own range of sorts, right? And their own products are their priorities. So like they'll do your stuff, but you've got to kind of get in a casting queue, and you could be looking at 6 weeks or more to get your stuff on the bench. So you need to make that count, which means you then have to buy a quantity of models. And also, with the silicon molds for resin casting, the molds do have a shelf life. They do deteriorate and perish just by being there. So whether you're using them or not, you maybe got 6 months before you have to oh mate, you wait till I get to metal casting. So you got maybe 6 months to get these molds done before the molds are perished and unusable, and then you have to have them made again. So you end up having to bulk order like 200 runs of your molds. So say we have like so we pay for a master mold, and then we pay for a production mold that's got like 5 copies of everything in there, 5 copies of that model. So we have to buy for each one 200 lots, 5 models a piece, to max out the mold and get maximum value for money out of them. So that's what's that? What's that say? 5 times 200. So yeah, so we got 1,000. Yeah, 1,000 models in a run, right? And obviously, if we don't sell 1,000 models, we've still got 1,000 models sitting around. So you've then got to sell them because you've got product that you've purchased and invested in. Same for metal, except the metal stuff is you obviously have to make allowances for like the costs of the production method. So with metal casting you can get less undercuts. You're right, pewter skyrocketed. I think China was using all the tin for various different things, and the wholesale price of pewter just boomed off the back of that. Previously it was like mega cheap. So yeah, basically there's a lot of historical old school gaming companies that, like Futsal Miniatures is a prime example. They still manufacture almost everything in white metal, because a lot of the gamers, a lot of their fan base are old school gamers who just like the weight of a metal model in your hand. No other reason than that, really. So they'll stick with that as long as they possibly can. Because the customers require it, essentially. But obviously, if you were looking and being rational about it as a new business, you wouldn't go into metal production unless you were doing the kind of models that would appeal to that industry. So if you're doing historical miniatures, it kind of pays to do metal. But anything else, you want to steer clear because it's just going to be extra cost and extra hassle. Then you get into metal production, plastic production, and then you start talking crazy money. So the cost of resin models is more expensive than metal models, but the mold making is cheaper. So, but you have to have it made more frequently. The resin one, the metal models. The problem you'll have is most companies that are going to make your stuff these days, with space being a premium as well, they've got to store all of your molds. They make these massive great big wheel molds for you, and they've got to be stored somewhere. So either you have to hold them and then get them to the caster when you want them to run cast off for you, or you're going to end up paying them to store your molds for you until they're ready to be used. And then whenever you want to use them, you can give them a call and get some casts run off and whatever else. Obviously, it's going to work differently based on the caster and things. You know, I'm giving you a generic feel of it and everything. Yeah. The plastics production, So you have, first off, you have this extra drafting issue you've got to deal with, where you can't have any undercuts at all. So let's look at this dude's face, for example, right? So here, where the horn is, the tusks, if I come back to the side, there's a little nook behind there. So that horn would have to be extruded directly back into the face, or removed and cast as a separate piece. Most of this actually under here is a no-no. This again, this bit of the face would have to extrude straight back into the hood. Most of the face actually would probably be okay, apart from the ears. The ears would not be. The ears would be okay if I rotated them 90 degrees so that they were vertical. So yeah, so there are allowances you've got to account for in the tooling process. Now once you've dealt with them, you've then got to pay, I think it's in the region of around about £1,000 a cavity. Yeah. So the pockets, the undercuts, where basically there's any room for the mould to kind of get trapped inside the model. So on a metal model you've got very little tolerance. On a resin model you've got a lot more tolerance because the mould's more flexible, but the more undercuts you've got, the more chances you've got of the resin of the rubber tearing, and if it tears then that mould cavity is dead. So you can only run it until the mould's torn apart basically, and then you're done. Same for the metal models. The metal moulds will wear out in time and you've got to have them remade, so you've got to always maintain your masters. When you go on to plastic casting, so you've got to do your draft analysis, you've got to make sure there's no undercuts at all. If there are, it can't be done. You can't have any detail on the sides of the model unless you're going to cut the model into pieces. Look at Games Workshop models where they've engineered the hell out of them and they've made, like, you know, models that are 1,000 pieces that you have to assemble and stuff like that to make sure there's detail on all faces and stuff. It's crazy if you're going to try and do that. For the most part, if you look at old school plastics from like 20 years ago, you'll see like there's detail on the front, there's details on the back, and even things like chainmail on the side doesn't really kind of work. There's not really any side detail. So you've got to kind of do something about that. You've got to find a way around it. The moulds are made out of machined steel, so you have like a socket, I think they call it, which goes inside a machine. So it's like, imagine there's an injection mold machine. There's these like boxes that you can put in, and each of the boxes is like a mold for models. So you can change which sockets go into the mold at any given time. You can have, like, you know, 5 or 6 different things in there and change your sprues up and whatever else. And each of those sprues is going to have like a certain number of parts on it. But each of those cavities, you're looking at about £1,000. So when I've had quotes for doing it before, every single model you put in there is going to be about £1,000 for tooling. So they'll do it and they'll draft analysis it, and then they'll finish it off for you. Normally you have to get the manufacturer to be involved in that process a little bit. And then they create this like plastic injection thing, and then when they put it on when they do that, they'll just pump out plastic after plastic after plastic, and it's pennies for the sprues, but you've paid 20 grand for the mould. Do you know what I mean? So that's the trade-off. You've got to be able to make your money back with volume of sales to justify being able to sell plastic. But you've still got the issue of, you've got the restrictions of the material, and you've got the mould lines to deal with, so the quality aspect. But you are dealing with very, very cheap production, and the moulds don't wear out. So the moulds are good forever. The intermediate one for that is they use the same technology as a resin casting, as plastic injection moulding, but they use a vulcanized rubber socket. So instead of using a machined steel mold in an injection molding machine, they use a rubber one, which means that your rubber has a, cheers Bunker, thanks for the heads up mate, the rubber has a little bit of flexibility tolerance, so you can have plastic with undercuts and some side details, which obviously improves the product, but your mould is going to wear out and need to be remade and stuff, so you're going to have to kind of maintain that side of things. That also means that you will see a deterioration in the quality of the models as the moulds are used more and more and more and more, to the point where they're worn out and you can't use them anymore. You'll have to like start, make the moulds again. So there's pros and cons of all methods, basically, is what I'm saying. And the biggest issue with, aside from the quality of the models, the biggest issue you have with any production method is that you end up having to buy vast quantities at significant expense, which you've then got to bank on being able to kind of like sell. So what we're doing, because we're doing it 3D printed, for the Kickstarter we'll maybe use Only Games to produce like a quantity. If we sell 2,000 sets of models on a Kickstarter, we'll get Only Games to do 2,000 sets for us, and then after the 2,000 sets have gone out, we'll do in-house production thereon after. So we've got a bank of Saturn 3 Ultras with all of the resins we need and everything else to do it, and then we'll just turn out whatever we need. So because excuse me, because we're dealing with hey Kevin, how you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well, dude. Because we're dealing with a finite number of models for the Crystal Collapse one, what we'll do is we'll print stock of them. So we'll hold stock. So we'll keep a quantity of them in stores at all time. We'll maintain a stock level and we'll keep topping that up. So we won't necessarily be doing print to order on those. So it means we can kind of get ahead of things and produce things in significant quantities ahead of time. And then whenever the stocks are running low, we can just top it up whenever we need to. So, knowing your production method, knowing your pros and cons and stuff, kind of makes it easier to make the decision. But for me, it's 3D printing every time. There's not even a contest in it anymore. Do you know what I mean? There's no debate about it for me. Oh, guys, give me a sec. Right, done on the phone. Need to get this wrapped up fast. Yeah, no worries, Adam. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for keeping me company. And I'll double check the rotor later, and I'll check times and stuff with you in a minute. Okay. I'm just gonna go and take the kids, pick the kids up from school and go and take them swimming. And then I'll look at it later on. Oh, do we? Take it easy anyway. We'll catch up with you later. Come on. Okay, guys, I'm going to knock that one on the head there now. I may be back on tomorrow with another stream. Unless something crops up, I'll be back at the usual time. So I need to get going, so I've got to go and sort the kids out, pick them up from school, take them swimming, etc, etc. And get some customer orders packaged up to go out. So thank you all for sticking with me. Bunker, thanks for the time check and hanging around for the day, mate. And I will catch you all later, taters. Adios, and see you.